Hey. Oh, okay, cool. Hello. Hello. Yes, hi. Do you see our pictures now? Yes, okay. All right, thank you. Bye.
오기소상 first layer.
Hi, this is Scott calling from Korea for Shinhan Donghae Open. Yeah, this is Scott for Asian Tour Golf. Hi. I'm just wondering if you're seeing our pictures. Looking to see if you're seeing our pictures of the Shinhan Donghae Open. This is Asian Tour Golf calling from Korea. Yes. Asian Tour Golf, Shinhan Donghae Open. Doing a satellite check. Okay, can you see our pictures? Okay, can you check the audio channels with me? Alright, so it should be full mix on 1 and 2. Full mix 1 and 2. And then effects on 3 and 4, so you should not hear my voice. You should not hear. On 3 and 4, you do not hear my voice on 3 and 4. You should not hear my voice on 3 and 4. Are you listening to the different tracks? You should not hear my voice on 3 and 4. Okay. And then you should not hear my voice on 5. It should be just effects. Just effects on 5. Okay. And then you should hear just my voice on 6. Just my voice on 6. Okay. I'll go check 7 and 8. Man, my cell phone service is so bad here.
두 번째 선수는 태국의 파차라 콩안마이 선수입니다.
Hi, I think I'm gonna need you to help me call IMG UK. Yeah, the satellite. So, no, my cell phone doesn't work in here. So, what I'm gonna do, I'll send you the phone number, alright?
카와모토 선수입니다.
There's someone else there with another cell phone. Is someone else in the office? Yeah? Okay, so I'm gonna need you to call IMG UK while I call someone else in the office. Or you can just listen to me over the headset. But then I can't hear you talk back to me. If everything's okay. Yep. Alright, so I'll send you IMG UK's number, alright? You're gonna call him on the phone that I'm talking to you on now, and I'll WhatsApp call Sharon so you can hear me. Okay, thanks. Alvin, hold please. Looks like I've got some bars on my phone now. Alright, Alvin, it's ringing now. Hi, this is Scott calling from Asian Tour Golf in Korea. Hi. Good. If you lose me, it's because I've got bad cell phone service. If we can just test some audio tracks, please. So it would be... Alright, full mix 1, 2, full mix 1, 2. And then you should just hear effects on 3 and 4, not my voice on 3, 4. Not my voice 3, 4, not my voice on 5. Not my voice on 5. Not my voice on 5, my voice on 6, my voice on 6, my voice on 6, okay. you hear me speaking in English? Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Okay. All right. This will be the. Okay. Good. Yes. You will be hearing international. Yeah. This will be English speaking on these channels. Okay. Thank you. Bye. No problem.
네, 일단 좀 날씨에 대한 내용을 전해드려야 될 것 같습니다. 오늘 아침에 좀 경기를 시작할 때는 비가 오지 않았고, 뭐 11시, 12시 정도부터 비가 온다는 예보가 있었는데, 오늘은 예보가 정확하게 맞았습니다. 그런데 비가 오다 안 오다를 좀 반복하고 있고요. 지금은 비가 약하게 내리고 있지만, 약하게 내릴 때는 바람도 거의 없어요. 그런데 비가 조금 더 강하게 올 때는 돌풍처럼 순간 돌풍이 불어오기 때문에 이 바람을 선수들이 좀 계산을 잘 해야 될 것으로 보이고요. 또 일기예보를 해보니까 제가 3개의 어플을 확인을 해봤는데 대략 3시에서 3시 반 정도까지는 이렇게 오다 안 오다를 반복할 것으로 보이기 때문에요. 선수들 뭐 더운 거보다는 어떻게 보면 이런 날씨가 더 좋다라고는 할 수 있겠지만 좀 순간 불어오는 그런 돌풍을 잘 계산하고 샷을 해야 되겠습니다. 아, 네. 저한테 말씀하시는지 몰랐네요. 일단 3번 홀 조금 전까지만 해도 비가 상당히 많이 왔었는데요. 지금도 약하게 내리고 있고 지금 바람이 저쪽에서 또 강하게 불어오는 걸로 봐서는 조금 더 이제 비가 올 것으로 보이는데 이 3시 반 정도까지 비가 온다고 했기 때문에 그러면 이 오늘 오후 조 중에서도 초반에 시작한 선수들이 거의 경기를 마무리할 때까지는 비가 온다는 얘기거든요. 그래서 좀 비를 잘 신경 써서 거리를 맞추고 샷을 해야 되겠습니다. 네, 정가람 선수가 일본홀에 이제 들어오기 전에 이제 걸어오다가 저랑 만나서 제가 그 SNS에 그 웨딩 촬영한 게 있길래 이번에 결혼하는 걸로 알고 있다. 너무 축하한다. 언제 하냐라고 했더니 12월에 한다고 그러더라고요. 그래서 아무래도 이제 시즌 중이기도 하고 12월에 시즌이 끝나고 그 다음에 뭐 신혼여행 가고 전주련도 갈 수 있으니까 12월 달에 같은 날에 하는 프로들도 상당히 많다라는 얘기를 했습니다.
움직이지 마, 움직이지 마.
고생하셨습니다. 고맙습니다.
Well, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to live day one coverage of the 40th playing of the Shinhan Donghae Open, staged once again here at the Nicholas-designed Ocean Course at Club 72. Timothy Loh here. Great to have your company this afternoon here in South Korea. It's the 11th event of the 2024 Asian Tour season. The third time we've been to the land of morning calm this year. We've already seen two great champions crowned in our previous two events here in South Korea. Hong-taek Kim taking down the Maekyung Open and Min-kyu Kim picking up a second Korean Open title. Who's going to pick up the final crown of the year here in South Korea. The weather this afternoon, well, it's a cool 28 degrees as we get into fall in South Korea. It's awfully humid out there because it is raining. It's a little bit dank, a little bit dour out there, but there is a lot of money to play for. 1.4 billion Korean won, in fact, just a shade over $1 million US, a quarter billion won in the way of our champion, and of course a 5-year exemption on the Korean Tour, 2-year exemption on the JGTO, and a 2-year exemption on the Asian Tour. A lot of money up for grabs, a lot of points, and well, a lot of pride as well in this tri-sanctioned event. Alongside me in the commentary box, 3-time Asian Tour champion Anthony Kang. Well, it's going to be tricky out there, Anthony. Conditions are, well, a little bit gloomy.
Yeah, the golf course, after playing last year, it is an easy golf course. The scoring average last year, just about 2 strokes under its par, but players are going to be faced with a different test today, especially with that drizzle and a little bit of wind, just about a club or club and a half, 2 club wins, just adding to the difficulty the players will face today.
And these are our featured groups this afternoon. Jung-woo Ham and Chan Se-chang out with 2017 Shinhan Donghae Open champion. Canadian-born Richard T. Lee makes his home here in South Korea. They teed off at 11:40 local time. And then the match out just behind them. First player from Japan to win the Hana Bank Championship a couple months ago, Takahashi Ojiso, with the KPGA champion Karam Jeon and former winner here, S.H. Kim. He's had a pretty poor season on the PGA Tour, making his first start back home in South Korea. And well, Seung-taek Lee picked up his first ever title last week at the inaugural Lexus Masters. He's teeing it up alongside Pachara Kongwat-mai, who lost in the playoff here last year, and Riki Kawamoto. And at 10 minutes past 12, the defending champion Gun-tae Ko in the company of the bashful Prince Ryo Ishikawa and arguably one of the brightest young stars in Korean golf, Yoo Bin-jang, who also finally broke through just a couple of weeks back. Should be a real treat to watch the three of them go at it. Defending champion Gun-tae Ko off to a great start, couple of early birdies, treading water, Ishikawa and Jang. Little par through the first 3 holes. Well, scoring was brilliant on day one last year. 93 players were under par, but it's Min-kyu Kim, the highest ranked player in the Asian Tour Order of Merit this week, who sets the pace after a fantastic morning round of 67. There's a whole logjam of players at 4 under par, including Barry Henson, who needs a good week starting this championship outside the top 80 in the Asian Tour Order of Merit. He's joined by Miguel Tabuena, David Buri Bunsap, Young-han Song, who came so very close to the Korean Open back in June. He opened with a 68 as well. So let's keep you up to speed with what's already happened this rainy Thursday morning, starting with, well, Min-kyu Kim. This was a birdie putt at the 6th, taking the 2-time Asian Tour champion up to 5 under par.
And here he is finishing up his round at the 9th hole. Oh, a nice putt there. Good par-saving putt for Min-kyu Kim. Great way to open any tournament with an under par round, especially a 5 under par.
Young-han Song, this was a birdie putt after splashing out of the greenside trap at the par 5 fifth, easiest hole on the golf course in 2023, still yielding plenty of birdies in 2024.
And not the best of his third shot for Young-han Song from long distance, putting uphill very slow, but he has shown he's got great touch with the putter. Makes an unlikely birdie there.
Jun Bae has been struggling over the last couple of seasons on the Korean Tour and Asian Tour, but he's starting to find some good form. Lovely tee shot there into tough par 3 17th. Bae, he would start his week with around a 68 as well. Now, struggles though for Steve Hahn.
3 over par on his round. Just been a bit up and down since his win in the Korean Open last year. Did add another win earlier this year, but slightly inconsistent form week in and week out.
He found himself propping up the pile in defense of his title at Woo-Jung Hills. Now in Hoi He, always entertaining, very colorful character. Picked up a playoff victory at one of the other courses here at Club 72 over Yu Bin Jang a couple of months back. He's off to a solid start as well. Miss a birdie putt at the 8th. Trying to get back to level pegging for his round. You're not going to lose that yellow golf ball, are you? In Hoi He. He has plenty of fans out there.
Wearing the colors of Australia, last year's #1 on the Korean Tour, Jung Woo Ham, off to a good start.
So too is the defending champion. JGTO hasn't missed a cut on the Asian Tour this season. Picked up 3 wins last year on the Korean Tour, added another early on, beating Sumtaek Lee in a playoff to start the KPGA season. And well, title defense off and running. Lovely wedge into the first and a nicely holed putt for JGTO. So you would think soft conditions would lead to slightly better scoring, but it is just a testy one here on Thursday. The Korean Open champion leads the way at 5 under par, but still a lot of golf left to play here on day 1 at the Ocean course. After a couple of early birdies, JGTO with a par on the 3rd, has the honour on the 4th tee as the rain starts to really come down on these players.
It's just one of those days when you're leaving the hotel, going into the golf course, you see the dark clouds, and you're just hoping that the rain isn't this heavy, but these players, just a bit unfortunate in the timing, have to deal with quite a bit of downpour at the moment.
I can always count on you for some cheerful positivity, Anthony. Solid tee shot there from Ishikawa.
I don't think I've ever seen a sunny day in my life.
It was sunshine and rainbows last Sunday for Sumtaek Lee. Finally got that breakthrough triumph after 3 runner-up finishes in his career. 112 starts it took him to get into the winner's circle.
The short par 4, it is playing a lot longer because of the rain that is coming down. But Yu Bin Jang can get it extremely close to the green. You just got to worry about a round pot bunker. It's about 280 off the tee.
Didn't seem enamored with that one, but it's just rolled into that first cut of rough. Kim Nam Kang. Search for one of the big championships, the big 4 here in South Korea, goes on. It's off to a lovely start, 3 under par with this for birdie at 16.
I just got to deal with all this moisture coming down, even with the putter. It takes a lot of calculation. Sung Hyuk Kim just Unable to get the correct read. Came to the qualifier on Monday, 1 of 5 to make it through. Shot a 7 under 65 to make it through. He's an exempt player on the Korean tour, but because this field is divided between the 3 tours, his number was unable to get into the tournament at the closing date.
Yeah, the first tournament to be tri-sanctioned between the Asian, Japanese and Korean tours. This is Woo-Young Cho at the 17th, where there's a beautiful new BMW up for grabs as a hole-in-one prize this week.
Nice.
Nice indeed for Woo-Young Cho. Now Ishikawa after that solid tee shot at 4.
The soft conditions, especially the greens, he was throw it all the way at the hole, and usually it's just going to stick here. The conditions this week, it's not overly firm or too soft. Players going to have decent amount of control with their flight. Just got to adjust with the moisture on the club head at impact.
Just running a little deep there into 4 for Guntek. Birdied the 18th hole twice here on Sunday. One to get in the playoff and one to prevail against Pachara Kongwat Mai. Jang straight over the top of the stick, but just snuggles up against that back fringe at the 4th.
The hat is off for Anthony Quayle, who had it on backwards on the previous green. So a lot of moisture coming down. Finished tied for 3rd here last year. Nearly holding out from just in the rough. It's a good shot by Quayle.
Yeah, had an opportunity to take the 36-hole lead, but took a double bogey here on Friday evening back in 2023. Really just from out of nowhere. Kang for par.
Yep, a solid par at the 16th. Played as the most difficult hole last year. They playing much easier for the players, but still a quarter of a stroke over its par as a field scoring average.
Young Cho after that excellent tee shot. Birdie opportunity at the 17th. Nicely converted. So Cho to 2 under. There's 1 hole left to play on day 1. Wasn't the day for the white shirt this Thursday afternoon as the rain continues to come down, although weatherman Kang, we are expecting that things will be a little bit clearer and sunnier over the next couple of rounds here at Sky 72.
Yeah, it looks like the radar looks like the rain is going to stop just about 3 p.m. this afternoon, but we have seen from previous forecasts from all the newscasts all across the world, it is really a guessing game really to get the exact time, but once the rain does stop, it's going to relieve the players. Nothing more aggravating than having to deal with all this, taking out the umbrella, keeping your clubs dry. So hopefully the forecast is correct and it does dry up.
Oh dear, there appears to be a little bit of standing water collecting in some of these bunkers. It's a wet one here on day 1 of the Shinhan Donghae Open. Jung Gun Hwang, 3rd shot into the par 5 7th. It's cut on a little slope on the right edge of the green, so to keep your spin control. Okay, not bad. Beautiful end over end roll there. You can see that line tracking all the way. It's closing birdie there at the 18th. For Yosuke Tsukada. Playing partner Quayle just to tie the lead. Oh, great finish there for the tall Australian. Plies his trade on the Japanese tour. He has 67 for Anthony Quayle. Great finish there, birdie. Sell that for a pretty penny come Sunday afternoon to a lot of players.
A bit of a surprise for these players to be this far past the hole using a short club, but we've discussed it before with moisture on the club face, especially with higher lofted clubs. They do fly a few yards farther than their normal distance.
Club that was first opened back in 2005. Jack Nicklaus designed, and well, this man knows what it takes to take down this great championship. S.H. Kim bunkered at the easy 5th. Dug its heels in a little quick. Bit of a tough year for him outside the top 100 on the PGA Tour's FedEx Cup standings. Still having said that, backed over $1 million.
I think if you keep your card, if you finish inside the top 125, you can't really be too disappointed with your season. Although there's a bigger prize if you do get inside the top 60, the top 30 especially. He's going to have another crack at it next year. Here, you can see the softness of the greens. It's about a 9-iron par 3 for the players.
Zhang. Bruce have come on for the 21-year-old. These greens were stimping at 9'3". They're going to be a bit slower than that, given all the moisture on the putting surfaces as the day has progressed. Quartet of pars to begin his championship. Back to 7 and Jung Gun Hwang for birdie.
He's got to slam this putt. It is a slow putt. Putting up a tier. Well, the second putt that we have seen hold from the lower section, perhaps that's an area to be where the read is easy. But anytime you make a putt of that length, you really can't expect it. But well done by Jung Gun Hwang. And Ishikawa should have a decent idea of the speed on this putt, although you don't want to think too much about it. Well rolled in by Ishikawa, finds his first birdie.
He's always been one of the great putters on the Japanese tour. Ishikawa opens his account for the championship at the 4th. That's come on backwards now for Sung Hyun Kim, looking to balance his books for the afternoon. Yeah, well done. Solid birdie there. Nice bounce back for Kim. It's the 40th edition of one of the Big Four championships here in South Korea. The Shinhan Donghae Open, a storied championship which first began back in 1981, where a certain Han Chang-sang prevailed by 2 at Namseol Country Club. Historic honor roll of champions through the years. Seiji Ebihara, the first man from across the North Sea to prevail back in '84. Zhou Chunxian from Chinese Taipei, the winner in '86. Started as a friendly golf competition between stars from Korea and Japan, and look at what it's turned into. Ed Fryatt, the Englishman, one of the international winners here. So too Jeev Milkasing, and who can forget that unmistakable silhouette of a certain KJ Choi, who did win the SK Telecom Championship a little bit earlier this season on his birthday, no less. Charlie Wee, our great friend, the American, the winner in 2001. No man has successfully defended the Shinhan Donghae Open Championship since, well, Bae Sang-moon. Richard T. Lee, the 2017 champion, off to a solid start. Sang-hyun Park, not so much, a bit of a struggle for Sang-hyun. JB Kruger's just taken a triple bogey 8 at the 7th, but he was all smiles back when he lifted the crown in 2019. Han-byul Kim won during the COVID pandemic. Yoo Sop-seo, he was absolutely unstoppable. Returned to action in 2021. And then when we travelled over to the Koma Country Club, Kazuki Higa emerged top of the heap after a topsy-turvy final round and couldn't take go. A Sunday he won't forget anytime soon. A magical playoff victory against Pachara Kongwatmai for his 3rd win of the season. He was going to add their name to that list of champions this year in the 40th edition. Some of the previous champions here, JB Kruger in 2019, Han-byul, that was a strange year. No fans during the COVID pandemic when he won in 2020, and Yoo Sop-seo, he was unstoppable in 2021, and fortunately he's just struggled to find his game in the last year or two. Kazuki Higa was just too good in 2022. The 5 wins he picked up on the Japanese tour that season, and all good take go. Magical Sunday for him, besting Pachara Kongwatmai in a sudden death playoff in front of his friends and family. Now, a man who's won 11 times here in South Korea, but never one of the big 4 majors, as they call them. He seems to factor strongly every time we come back.
Yeah, he just has failed to get across the finish line, but usually when he's on top of his game, you can expect him late on Sunday to be contending. Just hasn't had that break, or just ran into a case where another player just outplayed him.
Just the one drop shot on the day for Kim Nam-kang. Inches his way up that leaderboard. Back to the 7th. Jae-won another player who's really struggled. Couldn't miss towards the end of last season on the Asian Tour. There's a simple conversion. It's getting a little congested at the top of that leaderboard. 3 players tied. Kyu Kim, Anthony Quayle, both in the clubhouse at 67s. Jae-won with 2 holes left to play. Third most populated city in South Korea, Incheon.
Now the tee shot for at the par 3/8. Pin just in the front portion of this green, a slender area there. So the directional control from these players important on this tee shot.
Well, had a birdie look from about that range back at 7. We'll have another, what should be a formality, to move 1 clear at the top. Can Jung-gun Hwang follow him in?
Well, just as good. Give yourself a decent look at a birdie on this long iron, or mid-iron par 3. Most likely a 4-5 iron for the players today.
Young Cho just birdied the 17th, hopefully the final stroke in his round. Oh no. Well, that'll leave a bit of a sour taste in his mouth. Still going to be a 1 under par round of 71 to start his championship. Part of the Asian Games gold medal winning quartet in Hangzhou last year, alongside Yubin Chang, Singwoo Kim and Sung Jae Im. Colourful card for Cho. It all tots up to a 71. It certainly sounds like it's getting awfully heavy out there, Anthony. Are we concerned that perhaps, if this persists, we might see the course start to get waterlogged?
It all depends on if water collects on the putting surface. That's the only thing that will stop play for the players. But because it's been off and on, it's not a continuous rain for a prolonged period of time, the greens should be able to handle this water. It's just not giving the players any break. Having that slight bit of dry patch and then having to deal with this downpour, just a bit aggravating.
Yeah, there are 109 bunkers out here at the Ocean course, and a couple of them are starting to take on a little bit more water than they can handle right now. It'll be testy out there this afternoon. Seung-taek Lee, it's going to be a thickish looking lie here, right hand side of the 5th, but plenty of green to work with. Battling to keep his card on the Asian Tour, coming into the Saudi Open back in 2023. Played very nicely there, secured it, and he's put some good finishes together already in 2024. But at the moment, it's a trio at 5 under par. But Jae Wong has a little kick in at the par 3/8 to move into the solo lead. Playing nicely once again is Choi. This is a par putt at the 16th. Traditionally plays as one of the hardest holes on the Ocean course.
Oh, look at the difference in intensity of the rain. When he first addressed the ball, it was this strong, and then when he was stroking his putt, it was light, and then look at this.
There seems to be hardly any rain for Seung-taek Lee's birdie effort here at the 5th.
How unfair this game is. Boy, when things are going well, you get these little breaks here.
So no birdie to be found on the 5th for last week's winner. Seung-taek Lee, level par through 5. Laying back in the fairway is Ryo Ishikawa. Picked up his 20th career title Players Championship back in June. This par 5 fifth, Anthony. We were sort of joking about it yesterday when we were driving around having a look at the golf course. There was a point in time, I believe it was either Saturday or Sunday morning last year, where this hole yielded more eagles than pars.
Yeah, when we first got out to the golf course prior to the start of the telecast, that was exactly the case. And at the end of the day, this hole averaged 3.99 strokes for a par 5. It's almost unheard of. You'll go through a whole day where it's averaging below birdie.
It's brutal today. It's averaging 4.24. 5 eagles already recorded at this par 5. And oh dear, let's hope that's not buried in that greenside trap for Ishikawa. You have the power. But Jang, take it over the corner of that bunker, really shortens your second shot. I mean, this is just going to be a short iron for Jang.
And that's the reason why this hole is the easiest hole on the golf course last year and the same today. If the sun was out, basically everyone in the field would be hitting from that same spot where Yubin Jang hit it, and it's just the mid iron, or sometimes even short iron for the longer hitters for their second shot.
Oh, it was absolutely bucketing down on Jin Ho Choi in that 16-3 and about 3 minutes ago. It looks like a lovely sunny day all of a sudden on the 17th.
And that's one of those cases where if you didn't have to putt, you'd be waiting under your umbrella so your back wouldn't be all wet. But you just gotta not even think about that at the moment. Focus on this shot.
You can see how much mud ball is picking up even after pitching on the green. Surface is saturated here at Sky 72. Now Huang for birdie at 8. It's going to be one of those days where the greens look so pure and they roll very nicely here at the Ocean course, but you know they're stimping at 9.3. You know there's some moisture. It's just going to be hard to psychologically convince yourself to hit putts hard enough.
Yeah, and especially if you have experience from previous years where you've had a putt that just got away from you and you remember that as you're approaching that same exact putt. But this, take the lead.
Jae-Woong to the top of the leaderboard here at the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. 4 under par for his back 9. Is he to be the one to throw down the gauntlet here in the opening round? Now Kyungnam Kang is second to the par 5 18th.
And most will be just laying up with their second shot, just trying to give himself a decent place to hit their third shot from. It's a wide landing area, so the players really don't have to worry about missing it in the rough. It's just important to get it in the fairway today, though, because the pin is cut on the front portion of the green. You can't really have a ball coming out of the rough with no spin.
Of course, you talk about that very thick Kentucky bluegrass rough that we have framing the fairways here on the Ocean course. Added with that moisture, it's just going to be unpredictable.
Yeah, but not to worry for Kun Taek Ko here, coming right out the fairway. Leave this ball just right of the pin. That will leave him an uphill putt.
Straight over the top of the stick for Go. It's one of those holes where if you're not making at least a birdie, you feel like you're going to be giving up shots to the field. Well, statistically, you would be. Says he still doesn't feel like he's playing his best golf yet. That's saying something. He's won 4 times since turning pro. Well, first look of the day at Riki Kawamoto, who's got the honor on the 6th tee after his birdie at the 5th, so he's at 1 under par.
This whole dog legs from left to right quite sharply, and there's a drop off to the right. It almost looks like a cliff with a lot of dense jungle there. So that's the only place that the players cannot hit to.
It's been a bit of a strange year. Pachara, runner-up here last season, just the one win on the Asian Tour. We get the Laguna Phuket Championship back in 2021.
Going with the driver, so he's going to have to look down the right half of the fairway a bit more than Kawamoto.
Struggling with a bit of a back injury he picked up representing Thailand in the Olympic Games. Withdrew from International Series England. Back feeling a little tender. Did finish inside the top 30 last week in Indonesia.
And the wind on, sorry, Tim. The wind on this hole should be just a bit into the players and off the right. Slightly uncomfortable feeling wind on this hole that curves from left to right.
His victory last week at the Lexus Masters moved him up to an all-time high position on the official World Golf Rankings. 329th in the world now is Lee. Looks like that ball hasn't embedded for Ishikawa. He's in the flat of the bunker, so a little bit more straightforward shot for Rio.
The kind of shots that give the amateurs absolute fear having to take a swing that big out of the green side bunker, but one of the easier shots for these players.
Third shot into 18 for Taiki Yoshida, who's 3 under par. Gets a little friendly kick forward off that front mound. He's going to have that for a 68. Jang for eagle at the 5th.
A lot of break from his right to left. Anytime you're facing a putt with this much break, you're not really thinking about holding, just getting it close for an easy tap in.
Like Kawamoto, Yubin Jang is going to pick up his first birdie of the day. This scoreable par 5. This is such an important week for Team Korea. Last year at the Asian Games, when they snagged those gold medals, it earns them an exemption from mandatory 2-year military service in South Korea. All male Korean citizens have to serve their 2 years. I believe you have to do it before you turn 40. Correct in saying that, Anthony?
Yeah, 40, late 30s, but it's one that you do not want to push off too late. It gets harder. The military life gets harder the older you get.
Jino Choi, birdie look at 17, trying to bounce back after that little miss at the 16th. Man was at the very top of the game in South Korea, winning the Genesis points list a couple of years back. He's had his battles with some poor form and injury through the seasons.
And now Kuntek should be a slightly straighter putt from this side of the hole as opposed to Yubin Jang. Just a bit strong on the speed.
Kyungnam Kang. Grizzled veteran now. The KPGA Tour. He's been out here for quite a while. That's a lovely shot into his final hole. Ishikawa's birdie putt on the way. Walk that one in quickly. Nicely done, Rio. Choi safely in for 3. 1 hole left in his opening round. Thankfully, it looks like the rain has abated over the ocean course at Club 72. Conditions are soft. A couple of tricky pins out there. It's Jae-Woong who sees his name at the top of the leaderboard at 6 under par as he comes down the 9th hole, his final hole of Thursday. This 6th hole, as you mentioned, Anthony, it is no walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination here in the opening round, not with this breeze.
Yeah, especially today with that breeze. This hole wasn't that difficult last year when there's light breeze for the players, but because of the direction and the strength of the wind, this is the toughest hole on the golf course right now. Nearly half a stroke over its par. A bit surprising. It's not a long hole, although it has a dangerous tee shot. You can see on the left side of your screen there, that's a lost ball for the players. And the second shot, because it is into the wind, they're going to have to club up just about a club or possibly 2 clubs if they do feel a gust in their face.
Pins all the way in the back section of this green as well, so it really does take full commitment to try and throw it all the way into that back step, because as you can imagine, with the precipitation that we've gotten, we're not going to get too much release. Starting that left, trying to hit a hard cut. I don't think it's cutting enough. That is going to be unpleasant.
Absolutely. I think he would have preferred the bunker. He's got an unpredictable lie, and looks like a downhill lie as well to a short-sided pin. And that's the thing when you're trying to flatten your ball flight going into the wind. A lot of the times, if you don't continue to rotate with your lower body, you get that club head just a bit closed. Easy to pull these shots.
Got through that one nicely. Sung-Taek Lee. A fine shot. Getting better by the minute there. Sung-Taek Lee. Of course, it has to be said, winning takes a lot out of you. You're mentally drained, you're physically drained. No signs of fatigue yet for Sung-Taek. Last to play, Kong Wat Mai.
Ample room to the right of this pin, but because the distance, it is a short distance for the players, just too hard to aim away from the pin.
Does Pachara ever aim away from a flagstick? Lovely shot there from the tie. But unlucky, just catching that slope, but still a reasonable birdie opportunity for the man known as Diamond.
Not having a good day. Unshin Park, 1 over par. Currently 1 over par, well outside the cut mark, 85th. He's got to do his best to stay there.
Ishikawa, he has had his struggles with this particular club throughout the course of his career. sporadic at best with driver in hand.
He got into a bit of trouble when he made it to the PGA Tour, trying to increase his clubhead speed, which he did. He increased it about 3 or 4 miles an hour, but seen it from players historically trying to hit the ball a bit longer. You do run into a few trouble, and when you see a player struggle, a top player that loses their game for a while, it's usually attributed to this club right here, this driver.
It is the direction that the game of golf is going, isn't it, Anthony? Very much a power player's game these days. This young man certainly doesn't lack in that department.
Absolutely not. #1 in distance on the Korean Tour.
There's a look of concern, but thankfully takes a soft bounce, and that really burrowed itself down into that thick rough.
Being in the left rough on this hole, which happens quite a bit because of the drop off down the right, does prevent a slightly awkward angle for your second shot.
Look to be hitting left as well for Good Tick. Like his countryman, Yubin Chang. Just finding that left rough that Anthony talked about. Slightly awkward, the pair of them. Now, on the 9th, just coming out of the step cut of rough. Looks to be sitting okay, though, for our championship leader.
And the pin is okay on the right side of this green, well away from the water that's on the left portion of this green.
Certainly looking very locked in. Day 1, Jae Wong that remaining for a 65. You look for Jae Wong. Don't believe I've seen him playing with glasses on before. Birdie opportunity on the closing hole for Yoshida. Way to end. 68 for Takashi. Of the 5 men who eagle, par 5 fifth.
Well, it's going to be another solid opening round here for Gyeongnam Kang. Best finish at this event, tied 3rd back in 2008. Showing great resurgence. Had a stretch there, a 3 or 4 year stretch a few years ago where just lost his game for a bit. Was struggling to make cuts on a weekly basis, but right now his game's back to where he's contending quite a bit of the portion of the year.
This is all kinds of nasty for Riki Kawamoto. Short-sided, awful lie on a downslope here at 6. Looked like he was caught in between 2 minds there, to go for the flopper or to maybe try and bump it through the rough. Regardless, he's played 3 and still hasn't found the putting surface. Now, first look at the day at Lee Che-po. So goes by the name Max. Such a consistent performer back in 2023, but another player who's just found the going a little tough in 2024. That's very tasty. Excellent shot there from Max Lee. Of course, made that very famous hole-in-one on the 8th hole at the Hong Kong Golf Club last year, winning a brand new BMW. There's a BMW up for grabs the 17th hole this week. as we said.
We drove by it today in the I-5. Looks like a very sharp-looking vehicle.
Kawamoto, danger of dropping more than one here at 6. Fine margins here. 19 under par through 72 holes got you in a playoff last year. I think there are scoring opportunities, but you miss some of these greens in the wrong spots. Bogey, double bogey, or worse, very much in the equation. Now Kong Wat Mai coming uphill for birdie. Really has become one of the most likable South Koreans on the Asian tour over the last couple of seasons. Sung-taek Lee, such a great personality. So too is caddy Mike. Big Mike, as he's known. Big Mike will be awfully pleased with that. Good birdie for Sung-taek at the 6th. Let a golden chance slip by at 5, but to be there at 6. Good work, the pair of them.
Here's finishing his round. A birdie attempt for 7 under par opening round.
65 for Jae-Woong Look at that. Birdie, birdie, birdie finish. But the South Korean comes home in 31. That opens up a 2-shot gap. You mentioned this could be a little bit awkward here with the angle from the left rough on 6 for Guntik.
Yeah, whether the ball releases or not, once he gets on the green, he's going to have to favor the fact that it's going to release, which means if he wants to get it close, he's going to have to take on the left edge of this green because the green slopes a bit from left to right.
That one's out a little wide. No harm done. Find that little low point of the back section, like Kong Wat Mai. It's going to be a slow putt though for Guntik.
But no issues out of the fairway. Besides the wind coming into Ishikawa, just got to make sure the club face is delivered to the ball squarely.
Saying earlier, just so hard to convince yourself to throw it all the way back into the back area of that 6th green. A heavy looking lie for Yubin Chang.
Two plays here. Chase the short side and use the slope to get it close to the hole, or just leave the hole alone and have a putt from the right of the pin.
It's trying to release back, but not going to make it all the way up for Yubin Chang. Still pretty decent. So that brilliant finish from Jae-Woong Seen him open up a 2-shot spread at the top of the leaderboard here on day 1 of the Shinhan Donghae Open, matching 67s for Quayle, Kang and Kim. Nice opening rounds as well from Tsukara, Ensign and Miguel Taboina. So too Young-Han Song and David Buribunsa. 2022 champion Kazuki Higa starting his campaign with a round of 2 under par 70. Bio Kim, he's been a little up and down this season. 70 as well for him to start. Weilun Chang of Chinese Taipei, part of the gold medal winning Asian Games side for Chinese Taipei back in 2014 at Dream Park Golf Club, about 18 kilometers east of Club 72. Richard T. Lee and Takashi Ojiso, part of our featured group coverage this afternoon. Along with Guntik Go, they're all 2 under par for their opening rounds. Disappointing bogey on Woo Young Cho's final hole of the day. Still will sign for the 71. Playing partner Todd Bake, former Asia Pacific Diamond Cup champion Sukiya Saji with the 71. Chairpo, we saw that great tee shot into the 8th. He'll have a chance to move up out of that share of 27th. It also includes the likes of Seung-Taek Lee, Sutipat Pratip Tianchai, Bin Jang, and the Maekyoung Open champion Hong-Taek Kim. Sarit Sowanarut picked up an early birdie at the first, so to Ian Snyman. Level par efforts for Horikawa, Kalkenjana, and Shin Bong-am. Gonna have to absolutely clobber this one up the hill for good take go. Very slow from this low point on the back right side of this 6th green, but it is for birdie.
Yes, it is, but it is slow. Just to add to your point, he's putting up 8 here, and then once he makes to the top level, that is a slight uphill incline all the way to the hole as well. Got to be really committed to the speed that he thinks he needs to hit this with.
Made his major championship debut at the 152nd Open at Troon in July. Got it by virtue of finishing runner-up in the Mizuno Gateway to the Open Championship in Okayama. A man who doesn't lack for any sort of club-head speed, Seung-Taek Lee, ripping one down the left-hand side of 7, but look at that. It's almost finishing its pitch mark. Preferred lies in play due to the soft nature of the golf course here on day 1.
Ishikawa's got to look out to the left quite a bit here. Halfway, there's this mound right at this point that's going to throw the ball to the right.
Good pace on that from Ishikawa. Oji, the bashful prince. Been around for what seems like forever now. Anthony, 32 years of age, Ryo Ishikawa.
Yeah, made his presence known at the age of 15, I believe, when he won as an amateur on the Japanese tour, and ever since then, he was in the public eye.
Yeah, 15 years and 8 months. He won in 2007. That's more like it from Jin-Ho Choi. Beautifully controlled wedge into that par 5 18th. Now Jang. Has he learned anything from Ishikawa's birdie putt?
And standing in an area where he'll feel the left to right slope here, feel a bit of weight on his toes.
Piece of the gut that remains above ground for the 22-year-old. Jung-Woo Ham, birdie putt at the 8th for the pride of Cheonan City. Scurries for the safety of an umbrella. We can hear the rain starting to pelt down on our commentary box. It's just going to be one of those days, Anthony. Sort of stop-start rain, mildly irritating conditions.
Especially the strength of the downpour. When it does come down, you can definitely feel it on your back. And Yubin Jang, an unfortunate 3-putt.
He'll be irritated with that once. As soon as he got to 1 under par, he's going to drop back to even. We know you as our resident Captain Positivity, but how do you approach a day like this when you know it's just going to be a bit of a slog for, what, 5 odd hours?
You know that it's going to be a team effort between yourself and your caddy, but you just have to mentally accept the fact that it is going to be a trying day. Just got to make sure that it doesn't get in your head and you don't get annoyed with the conditions, especially when the round isn't going as you planned.
Conditions are pretty nasty at Royal Troon when Kuntaek Ko debuted at the Open Championship. At least it's not cold. Now, Ojiso at the 7th.
Just so-so.
Jinho Choi for a closing birdie. Shouldn't be anything more than maybe just right edge here with good pace. Started left, stayed left. Just looked like a straight up pull for Choi. Well, we know the scoring pace was pretty blistering for all 4 days in 2023. It almost feels like at the start of the championship here in 2024, these players will take anything in red figures. This golf course has not been quite as attackable as it was 12 months ago.
Yeah, but it's slowly moving towards that way where you do have to make the birdies. You do see leading score of 7 under par at the moment, and the golf course, it's going to remain soft for at least the entire day today, and most likely the end of the championship as well. So this golf course will present plenty of birdie chances for these players. Wide fairways, big greens, not much slope on it, and the greens are very receptive.
KPGA Championship winner Garam John just running that eagle putt past at the 7th, but he'll have about a 3.5 footer to try and get himself to 1 under in a couple of moments' time. Let's reflect on that brilliant finish of Jae-Woong. It started here with this little tap in for birdie. The par 5 7th, that would move him into a share of the lead, and then this stunning tee shot at the 217-yard par 3 8th. It's a $10,000 US hole-in-one prize up for grabs here on the 8th this week. No ace for but about as easy a birdie putt as you could hope to leave yourself. He wasn't done just yet, Anthony.
Yeah, and playing the 9th hole, it's going to be a shortest iron for the second shot for these players. This hole does play downwind, and you're greeted with a pin that is friendly for these players. Not cut really close to one side or the other. A bit outside the range where you think you're going to make a birdie, but when you're on a good form, you've made 2 in a row already. That'll be his 8th birdie of the round. In the opening round of 7 under par.
That is the target set by Jae-Woong 8 birdies and a single bogey for He's never won on the Asian Tour, but my word, he's come close a couple of times. Put you under the cloche here, Kangster. Is anyone going to bet a 7 under par in this afternoon session?
Well, it's all going to depend on the weather. Once dark clouds do move over, it's going to present a calmer conditions, and more attackable conditions for the players. They don't have to worry about the extras, the outside things about keeping your club dry, and making sure that you're dry as much as possible with your clothing being wet. But if it is as predicted, especially in the later stages of this afternoon, when all the rain is going to move away, potentially anyone that's about 4 under par right now, they could finish their final 7, 8 holes with a few more birdies as well.
John for a 2-putt birdie. It's nicely done. Bit of a slow start, but he's starting to find his footing here in the opening round. 3 birdies in his last 4. Bachara, good tee shot here.
Still a dangerous second shot for these players, especially with the pin cut on the right. They do want to give themselves a good look at it in eagle. They do have to be mindful of the danger surrounding the green.
Ooh, looks like that one might have stayed dry for Kong Wat Mai. We'll have to see.
This will be a good chance for Kawamoto to set himself up to get back the bogey on the previous hole. It's a gorgeous looking flight.
Safely on the green in 2 is Kawamoto. Led the Japanese Tour's driving distance statistics for the past 2 seasons. Inshin Park. But on the way for Inshin Park at the 9th, his final hole of the day. The cut last year came at 3 under par through 36 holes. Very much feel like it's going to be an under par cut as well in 2024, despite some trying conditions on Thursday. So work to be done for Park to stick around this week. Take us through this par 5 7th, Anthony.
This reachable par 5 for these players, 558 yards, but it does play downhill all the way to the hole. There is a fairway bunker on the right that the players will have to avoid, but this is a wide landing area, so fairway bunker on the right and the jungle on the left not really in play for players with a decent amount of control with their driver. And it all depends if you're a long hitter or a medium length hitter. If you're a longer hitter, you should be able to get this green into without any problem. But for the average players, they may have to use a layup area. This is a generous sized green. You can see the pin cut on the right side there. Because it is on the right side and you see the penalty area on the right, most will do their best to leave the ball on the left side of the hole. And sometimes you get too careful and you leave yourself a tough up and down, even though you're going for the green in 2.
Swing the driver very nicely, Ryo Ishikawa.
And a lot of times, it's all about tempo with the long club. You have to resist the temptation to really give it a go. Especially with modern drivers, it's gotten to be a fairly easy club to hit, especially with all the instructions available out there on the proper way of hitting the driver.
That's left of the cart path. That is all sorts of bother. It would take go.
But the 4 caddy up there gave the green flag signal, so I have a good idea of where the ball is. Difference in the height of the tee between Ishikawa and Yubin Jang.
A slight difference in the distance left for their seconds into the green. That is absolutely roasted for Yubin Jang. Might have been an extra bit of speed in that after the 3-putt back at 6.
Just a powerful swing here. He's got a wide arc, and you see with a lot of the power hitters nowadays using the ground force there effectively, coupled with the fact that on his transition he really narrows that angle between the club shaft and his left forearm.
Thankfully, second shot stayed dry for Pachara Kongwatmai, so pitching for his third. Ricky Kawamoto gets out of the way, fixing his pitch mark. It's just a lovely fearlessness in which Kongwatmai plays. Beg your pardon, this is his 5th shot, so his second did find the penalty area. And he was dropped on the other side and played a very good 4th. So Kongwatmai in danger of dropping a shot at the 7th as we go up to 8 and Garamjeon.
Players won't be able to feel much wind on the tee, but it should be a bit left to right at the green.
Eagle putt now for Ricky Kawamoto. Great effort there for Kawamoto. Sister Yui Kawamoto plies her trade on the JLPGA Tour, picked up her 2nd win of her career earlier this season and made a major championship debut at the AIG Women's British Open. At the home of golf, St Andrews. Made the cut as well.
I wonder who's got the bragging rights among them two. We hear of Minwoo Lee and Minji Lee. Even though Minwoo is getting a lot of traction, especially on social media, Minji always has a trump card of saying, how many majors have you won?
I know for a fact that Yui was very complimentary of Ricky, said that his 2 victories back in 2022 really inspired her to try and work harder. It's paying dividends this year. I believe she's got 12 top 10s at the JLPGA Tour in 2024. Somtek, is that one going to stay up? Oh, needed an ounce more pace. Went to a short putter for the first time in his career at International Series England. Was having a chat with him. And his caddy Mike, and Michael said, I told him, go to the short putter. Not seeing you use that broomstick ever again. And he's listened, and it's certainly paid dividends. Having said that, I would want to argue with his caddy Big Mike. Bit of a head scratcher there for Pachara. Ball is safe for a good dig, but clearly will have to be a layup from here.
Is he going to lay up on the first fairway or the second fairway well down there? I was able to get it down there. Now that turns into a decent birdie opportunity. Had he laid back farther back, then it's just thinking about par on this par 5.
Looks like he'll get away with a bit of a squirrely tee shot at the 7th. Dressed in the colours of Australia. Ham, 3rd shot to the 9th. Not his best. Mentioned that victory at the Japan Players Championship back in June. He's missed 3 cuts since then. His best finish since his victory was a tie for 28th at the Sega Sammy. Is that cutting enough for Ishikawa? Just clears the front edge of the green. That'll be a chance for an eagle. albeit an outside one. Went through a real purple patch in the middle of the season. Yubin Zhang had a 1 month stretch where he didn't finish outside of the top 3. Runner-up at the Hana Bank Championship, 3rd at the Korea Open, lost in a playoff to In Hoi He before his victory at the Gunsan Open. Setting up for a big old power fade into this green. There's plenty of power, not enough fade. That's fine. Currently leads the Genesis points list here in South Korea. Yubin Zhang. Richard Lee, 2017 Shinhan Donghae Open champion. That's when it was staged at Bear's Best in Cheongna. Work to be done for par, but Richard Lee off to a decent start here on day 1. Unfortunately, playing partner Chansey Chang struggling a little bit here in the opening round. 5-time Asian Tour champion. Taking a couple of double bogeys to be at 4 over par, 11 shots behind Jae Wong who sets the pace for that beautiful opening round of 65. 3 straight birdies to end for Leaves them 2 clear of a trio at 5 under. Ham for par at 9. Successfully laid it up to the lower fairway at the par 5 7th. Good tip go.
He's done well from there just to get it on the correct level of where the pin is cut. Just a small section there. It's a good shot to get it up there. Richard Lee. Make the turn at 2 under.
Okay, just slides that one in the right edge for Richard Lee. Just became a dad at the end of 2023. Beautiful baby girl. Was born just before New Year's Day.
And this season not going as smoothly for Jungwoo Ham, who last year it seemed like he couldn't finish outside of the top 10 if he tried.
Genesis pointsless. Quite been the same in 2024 though. Sumtek, the tee at 8. Time we saw him with the Asian Tour was a finish just outside the top 10. Fox Hills, International Series England. Eagle putt for Bin Jiang at the 7th. It's a cross-country effort.
Yes, and coming off a 3-putt on the previous hole from just about 20 feet or so. Just trying to get the speed correct on this.
So he's done that very nicely. There's one club that has held him back in his young career thus far. It's that putter. Try not to mention the dreaded Y word in the game of golf, but he had his battles with the short ones.
It wasn't as bad though, but although he did admit that during his amateur days, a lot of these putts of this length gave him a lot of concern, so he felt the nerves on it. He was successful most of the time, but he feels a lot more comfortable as a pro with the hours of practice that he has put in. And Kong Wat Mai, his first round not going according to plan.
Nowhere near the target on 8 there. Bachelor, it should be too complicated. Went up and down. The ties left himself. Back to Ishikawa for his eagle.
You just got to judge the uphill slope on the last 15 feet of his putt.
Much like Yu Bin Jiang, very nicely worked out for pace for Rio. Became the first man from Japan to win the coveted Hana Bank Championship on the KPGA Tour back in June. Co-sanctioned event between the JGTO and KPGA Tours.
Yeah, as a result, he took up membership on the Korean Tour and is second right now in the Rookie of the Year race, right behind Baek Jun Kim.
Good take. So there's a good amount of swing from right to left in this birdie effort. As much as good take thought. Seventh hole, one of 8 holes currently playing under par. Jiang for the bounce back birdie.
It still looks like a decent amount of movement from his left on this, just outside the hole.
Positively done. Yu Bin Jiang moves himself back into red figures. Born on the island of Jeju. It gets pretty windy down there in the south, so he's well accustomed to breezy conditions. The adventurous route up the 7th hole, but no damage done to the card of the defending champion, who will remain at 2 under par.
About as easy as it gets for a putt of this length. He's putting just a bit uphill from here. A small movement from his right.
No mistake there for Ryo Ishikawa. Moves to 3 under par. Bachara. He's always had that very unorthodox sort of chipping action around the greens. Similar to his putting stroke, short backswing, almost sort of shoves the leading edge of that lob wedge into the ball. Water features prominently on 15 of the 18 holes here at the Ocean course. Sungtek for his birdie at 8. Surprised he's not asked Bachara Kongwatmai to move that little poker chip marker of his. It looks like it's bang on his line. Shaves the right edge. So no harm done there with the par 3. Par putt for the 24-year-old from Ehime. Just slides it in the left edge for Kawamoto. Good putt.
And signs that they may be getting better. Looks like the clouds are breaking. First time the players are seeing their own shadows today. It's overcast from first light this morning.
If there was to be a flood, Bachara Kongwatmai would be well prepared with those trousers. Brave day for the white pants, if we're being completely honest. Okay. Simple, tidy up and down. Man known as Diamond. Opened with 65 last year. Just one over the card through 8, 2024. Speaking of 8, let's have a look at this par 3.
Yeah, one of the difficult holes out here. In fact, all the par 3s at this golf course are the challenging holes for these players. 217 yards. Usually the longer holes, once it goes over 200 yards, they do really test the players, especially the shape of the green as well. The first half of this green, a slender area, a narrow area. So hitting a mid-iron, a long iron, getting that directional control, you know, that's always the difficult task of these players. And you can see Ishikawa using a hybrid club.
Ranked as high as 29th in the official World Golf Rankings, Ryo Ishikawa, but that's going to funnel off into that little collection area right of the green.
It felt like that was way too much club for him. It's gone past the hole, and yeah, it's that collection area that you were talking about.
Turned pro just after a successful gold medal outing at the Asian Games towards the end of 2023, and what a pro career it's been already so far. Yubin Jang. I think it's 27th on the Asian Tour Order of Merit.
And it's important for him to have a good week this week. He went to the Q School, Asian Tour Q School earlier this year, did not get his card, so he gets limited starts on the Asian Tour schedule.
It just shows you how deep the field at Asian Tour Q School was at the beginning of 2024. Player Yubin Chang's talents still wasn't able to finish inside the top 40. This man doesn't have to worry about status in the Asian Tour. Got himself a 2-year exemption with his triumph at this very venue 12 months ago.
Yeah, his problem is, where do I play next week? He's got a card on all 3 tours. The Japanese Tour, the Korean Tour, and the Asian Tour.
This harkens to mind tales of our old friend and now member of the Ironheads and the Live Golf Week, Scott Vinson, who I believe had cards on 5 different tours at one point in 2018, I think. To the KPGA champion of 2024, Karamjo. A nice little run. He was 2 over par through his first 3, but he's picked up a couple of birdies since to be the right side of par. Another good look there at the 9th. 3 times a winner domestically here in South Korea.
Looks like the ball slightly above his feet here for Ogiso. So with this pin on the right side, this does give you a bit of things to worry about as far as your starting line.
He'd held the lead going into Sunday twice before finally converting his third 54-hole lead at the Hana Bank Championship. Now out to the start of the back nine, and Richard Lee from that heavy rough right of the 10th. About all he could do really is play out towards the middle of the green. Good smart shot there from the Canadian.
Crowds following this group. They're having a blast out there watching this bomb squad. All 3 players in this group, high-speed swings.
There's quite a bit of elevation on that 9th tee, coming down to the fairway, so you do get a little extra help in the air. Times a runner-up on the Asian Tour. Pachara Kongwat Mai was recently in the 39th Shinhan Donghae Open. He's the wrong side of par and nowhere near the current lead set by Jae-Woong off the back of that lovely 65. Sees him 2 clear of Anthony Quayle, Kim Nam Kang, and the reigning Korean Open champion Min Kyu Kim. Bunsub from Thailand also made his major championship debut at Troon back in July. Memorable experience for the young Thai. Played with Daniel Brown first 2 rounds of the championship, the surprise leader of the 152nd Open. Max Lee, good solid opening round of 70 with a man from Chinese Taipei. So 2 for Jung Gun Hwang, Bio Kim, and former International Series Korea champion Tae-Hun Ok. New Zealand Open champion big Takahiro Hataji. He's 2 under with 3 holes left to play in what has been a rain-soaked but rather entertaining opening round of the Shinhan Donghae Open.
And Ishikawa facing this rather tricky up and down. He is well below the green here. And then once he gets on the green, there's a slight downslope just in front of the pin. It's a difficult place to be chipping from. Anytime you miss it in that portion, just gauging the distance, that's going to be a real test for the players now. Short-sighted, and the ball, couldn't see the ball from that lie, but extricated nicely.
Finally, the sun has broken through the cloud cover over Incheon. It's going to take gorgeous. Leaves that one a little short for birdie at 8. Become the first man since Sangmoon Bae to successfully defend the Shinhan Donghae Open title. Now to Okiso on the 9th. Oh, not to be, but be in outward half of 35. Birdied the 72nd hole to claim victory at the Mana Bank Championship back in June. One-stroke margin of victory over Yubin Jang, who's got this for birdie at 8.
Mostly flat here for Yubin Jang in the first half of this putt, and a gentle downslope.
Oh, in you go, Yubin Jang. Back-to-back birdies for the 22-year-old. That'll move him to 2 under par. Nice birdie indeed.
To save par for Ishikawa.
Pays the price for a bit of a loose tee shot at the 8th. Ishikawa will record his first bogey of the championship.
Again, that's a situation where if he selected a club where he might end up short of the green, it would have been an easier up and down than choosing a club that was going to fly just a bit past the pin. Birdie attempt for Karamjan.
That was a carbon copy of Takashi Ogiso's putt.
Oh.
A couple of moments ago, now live. So take second. Perfect spot in that fairway. But less than perfectly played second.
This is a scary tee shot for players that hit the ball high, especially from this teeing ground. If you don't have the directional control, you're struggling with your driver, you stand up there, you're a good 25 yards above the fairway. You're a bit of fear, but if you're a player that has got great confidence with the driver, you'd love that setting. You just send it high, it's going to be in the air for good 10, 11 seconds.
Good take. looks of things. Likes to hit a little squeezy fade with the driver. Has driven the ball very nicely thus far this opening round, but statistically speaking, only it's just over half the fairways on the Japanese tour. 52% driving accuracy, leaving him 86th in that stat category across the North Sea. Hasn't missed a fairway yet today. Not going to here at 9. Of this featured group, 2 under par.
Okay, just into the longer cut, just in the back portion of the green.
Birdie opportunity from just outside of 30 feet here at the 10th. Oh, well done, Richard Lee. It's always going to feel like a bit of a bonus. Gets himself up to 3 under. Quite like this new little wire camera we have between the 9th and 18th greens. Just a different angle to watch how the players progress.
Yeah, you get a nice vantage point. Slightly different than the traditional viewing. But when the greens get a bit wet like this, even putts like this, you can't just go up there and tap it in. The golf ball does pick up some grain of sand or some dirt that you go and try to tap in without cleaning the golf ball. Make you absolutely foolish. The ball will travel halfway to the hole.
Spoken like a man who's had that once or twice.
At least 3 times. Never learned.
For a very good par save at the 10th after being out of position the whole way up this 405-yard par 4. Okay, good up and down there for Jung-Woo Ham. Breeze, looks of things, coming off the right-hand side of the 9th, the players.
And now you can see the skies. It looks like it's going to be clear for the rest of the day, so it's really conducive to scoring for these players. It's just about judging the gusts of the breeze. The wind sustains itself through the end of play today. That's going to keep the scoring down just a bit, but if the wind subsides a bit, there's going to be a good push to make birdies by most of the players in the field.
Specifically so here on the 9th, only 2 birdies recorded at this par 4 today, playing as the 5th hardest hole on the golf course. One of those birdies, of course, coming from the current championship leader, Jae-Won to a stroke average of just over 4.2, which ironically is awfully close to what the par 5 fifth is playing.
And that is basically with all the players that's gone through dealing with that downpour.
There's a little wire camera working its magic.
Guntae Cole last year on his way to victory led the field in greens hit in regulation. 61 greens last year. Had a stretch in the middle of the tournament where he hit 30 consecutive greens in a row. It's an easy game once you do that. You're just putting for birdie hole after hole.
Just going to creep into the fringe there, but it still will be a birdie opportunity for Guntae. It's the most number of greens in a row you've hit, Anthony.
Actually, the less I play, the more I hit. I should say the less I play, less I miss.
You haven't made a bogey all year, have you?
I do remember having a decent amount of stretch. And even during the course of the tournament, it's in the back of your mind. Oh, I haven't missed a green in 2 days. And you just think, okay, this green I'm going to hit, never mind the pin. So sometimes you play a bit defensive just to keep that streak going, while no one really gives a damn whether you hit that many greens or not.
Jin Young Ko hit 71 in a row en route to victory at the BMW Ladies Championship some years ago here in South Korea. Yoshikawa, he's 10th in the greens and regulation statistics on the Japanese tour this season, just about 70% of the time. He'll be putting for birdie, as he will here on 9.
Yeah, and we have the new metric now with the strokes gained approach. That takes into account your distance, but greens hit in regulation, the players still do think about hitting greens. That's going to ease their way of climbing up the leaderboard.
Wonderful opportunity for Yubin Chang to record the 3rd birdie of the day here at 9. About that strokes gain, there was a very helpful way of remembering if you're picking up shots on the field. I think it's if you hit it to within 10% of your yardage, you are deemed to have gained strokes on the field. So say, for example, if you hit it from 120 yards to inside of 12 feet, statistically, you are gaining ground.
Yeah, absolutely, you are. You look on the PGA Tour, take that 100 to 125 yard distance. The average on the PGA Tour, now these are the best players in the world, averages just about 20 feet.
Which gives great hope to the amateurs of the world who automatically assume if a pro's got a wedge in his hand, he's going to hit it inside of 8 feet all the time, and that's just simply not the case.
No, not the case at all. The best player in the world right now, Scotty Scheffler, he's the best at that yardage at 14 feet. That's 5 yards basically.
Well, it's a little bit finicky for Garam John at 10. 1 foot in the trap, 1 foot out. This will be a pretty thick lie as well. Can barely see the top of the ball, but he's popped that one out nicely. A superb touch. Club face wide open for Ogiso, the right edge of this 10th green. Everything slopes downhill from here. Pretty nice touch for Takashi. Seven-year-old from Aichi.
We're down to the 11th. The pin in an accessible position for these players in the lower section of the green.
Across to 9 and Yoshikawa birdie opportunity.
Read it perfectly. Just like the pace.
So Ishikawa is going to turn in 34 strokes.
Just gotta admire the grind in him, though. The years that he has played, especially under the public eye. Last year at this tournament, he made the cut on the number and then ended up finishing tied for 11th. But many of the players that have put in years into this professional game, when you're hovering around that cut mark, it gets harder and harder to grind it out towards the finish. But Ryo Ishikawa, still very astute in this game of golf and still wants to get back to the level that he was.
11 under par on the weekend. So Ryo Ishikawa. Just the 10 under par was Guntek Go.
A slightly downhill putt here for Ko. The speed of the green, doesn't really have to worry about the ball getting away from him.
For Yubin Zhang. Chance for the third birdie in a row. To get himself up to 3 under par, which will be on the fringes of the top 10 at this stage of the tournament. I've seen a number of players from that side of the hole missing left. Just something they're not seeing. So a chance goes to begging at the 9th for the current Genesis points leader. We'll match Ishikawa's front 9 of 34.
Guntek Go just goes about his business. Not really a flashy game, but tenacious. A couple of his victories, one in extra time.
Shinhan Donghae last year here, and start of the year, the KPGA Founders Cup over Sung-Taek Lee. We were discussing this game at the bus ride over from the hotel this morning, Anthony, and like you said, there's just nothing that jumps out or jumps off the page at you about Guntek, but he just seems to find himself there or thereabouts.
And then if you do play with him, you just get to observe his game. You just say he's got a tight game, doesn't make any silly mistakes, and at the end of the day, it's a good score.
4 players now at 5 under par after a birdie at 8 from Tomoyo Ikemura. And still, Ji Won-om sitting pretty, 2 shots clear at 7 under after that sublime round of 65. Guntek just strikes me as a player that you would hate to play in match play. You just don't feel he's ever going to give you a hole.
Absolutely, those are the worst players to play in match play. The one that you can easily overlook. There are some names out there, and you look at who you're matched up with, and you think, oh my goodness, how am I going to defeat this player today? But you see a player like Guntek Go, and you see his stature, and you're thinking, well, today might be an easy day, but usually never the case. Anybody, especially that hits the ball straight and has a tight short game, they're tough opponents in match play.
Reigning Korean match play champion Kyu Kim did beat Guntek Go. Beg your pardon, beat Woo Young Cho in the finals of the Desante match play this year. Took 2 extra holes, and Min Kyu Kim never led in that championship match until the 20th hole. And really in golf, That's all that matters at the end of the day. Ben Campbell at the Hong Kong Open last year never led the championship by himself till he birdied the 72nd hole at Fan Ling to win in spectacular fashion. Certainly can't wait to return to the Hong Kong Open.
And speaking of Ben Campbell, he did the same thing in Morocco as well. He was trailing most of the way by quite a bit of margin, 3 strokes with 2 to play, and ended up triumphing in the playoff.
Yeah, finished, made a great up and down on the 16th hole. Royal Golf Dar es Salaam made that ridiculous eagle putt at 17 and birdied the 18th to get into a playoff with John Catlin, who we assumed was going to pick up his 3rd Asian Tour title of the year. It wasn't to be, but hey, that's golf, isn't it? Crazy things happen in this game. Just ask Sung Taek Lee. That playoff against Gun Tae Ko at the KPGA Founders Cup, I believe, hit 3 tee shots in that first extra hole. Touch wide there into 10 for Sung Taek. Not the worst place to miss it. Now, come on, Pachara. Need to start finding some birdies. Need to start giving yourself some opportunities. That's a good one at 10. Talk about Ryo Ishikawa winning at the age of 15. Pachara won his first title as an amateur at the age of 14 in Hua Hin.
A decent chance missed there by Jung-woo Ham. A lot of times when you see a putt missed low and it goes about good 2-3 feet by the hole, it's one of those where when you're over the ball, subconsciously you know you're under reading it and you give it that extra gas.
Out to the start of the back nine. The first protocol for the players will be this 405-yard 10th.
There's the 405-yard par 4 that gently moves uphill, so it plays about 420 yards, and this bunker on the left definitely in play for the players. You do have to hit a solid drive just to clear the left side, otherwise you just look towards the right rough. The right rough not that bad as far as the angle into the green because of the way the green is shaped, but all depends on the lie you get there. For Yubin Jang though, doesn't have to worry about that left bunker, can easily carry the 290-yard end, the far end of the fairway bunker on the left.
I do love a big hitter who likes to move the ball from left to right. Just feels like they've got so much more control, even though they are comfortably 10, 15, sometimes 20 yards ahead of their playing partners. And it is a swing that is built for speed. Left foot slide that you see more and more from power players in this day and age.
And so if you're of average length, you're looking to just block out the left side. Make sure if you do miss, you keep it down the right.
Certainly getting right for Guntik. We are going to miss the fairway to today's hole location. That right side certainly preferred.
And slightly more on the inside, on the approach to the golf ball as opposed to Yubin Jang. Yubin Jang with his wide arc just drops it from the top, keeping that width, but with the Gun Tae Ko just a bit on the inside, a bit narrower to the discrepancy in distance.
Very much with a timeless golf swing, I have to say. So technically sound, classic motion, really good tempo. And another fairway hit for Ishikawa. As our featured group of the day begin their trek around the back nine in the opening round of the Shinhan Donghae Open.
And like you're saying, it is a classic swing. Ishikawa just seems to have every facet of his swing in the correct position, from the top, from address to the top, through impact. It's a gorgeous looking swing.
And a lot of that comes from just solid fundamentals and good instruction from a young age.
Absolutely. Fundamentals so important. You can't just go out there and try to find the swing by feel. You do have to have great base, great hip turn, and then everything follows accordingly.
That one got away from Sung-Taek Lee at 10. That is the beauty of golf. We say it pretty much week in, week out. There's no wrong way to play this game. You think of all the different styles of swing that we've seen across the Asian tour. In fact, the larger game of golf through the years. Jeev Milker Singh, Tawon Virachan, even In Hoi He. Styles very much unique unto themselves as Ujiso plays his second into 11. The golf ball doesn't know how you're swinging it, just knows what that square club face looks like at impact. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Absolutely, the club face control, that's the most critical component of good players. The ability to consistently bring that club face square to the golf ball at impact.
Got up, John just going a little deep into that 11th green. That's going to be a bit of a quirky read coming up and over that slope. Want my for birdie at 10. Looks good. Gives it the walk. Pachara back to even par. Well done. Sung-Taek Lee for par now at 10 after running his little chip shot past.
Unfortunately, a second bogey of the round, but the mistake here wasn't the putt, it was the second shot, whether it was a misjudgment of the conditions with the wind or just a poor club or a poor execution. That led to his bogey.
To be 22 and possess the talents of that young man, Yubin Jang. World at his feet, already a winner on tour. Doesn't have to go through 2 years of mandatory military service by virtue of being an Asian Games gold medalist. He was part of the photo call earlier on in the week. Some of the top contenders and a series of previous champions all gathered around the 18th green with the new and improved trophy here at the Shinhan Donghae Open, the 40th staging of this wonderful championship. Recent champion about to play his second into the 10th, and it looks like he might have a poor lie and a bit of tree trouble as well, Anthony.
Yeah, that tree just jutting out just a bit. Whether he's going to just try to hit it over or just a bit left of the pin.
Sounded like clunky contact. He's asking for that to go, and gets a nice little friendly kick over the corner of the greenside bunker. Don't think he meant to play that shot, but he'd gladly take it.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with the result. Especially with the moisture still there. When you get into the rough, it does kill a lot of the distance, so you do have to club up and have to fight through the thickness at the impact area.
That's clean lie for Ishikawa coming out of the middle of the fairway. John for birdie at 11. chance. Oh, well done, Garam John. Wasn't his best second shot, but it's going to be a 3 on the card for the KPGA champion. Poor start, erased from the memory bank. That's a 4th birdie of his day.
With the ball slightly above his feet, he can aim it just right of the pin, and the slope on the right side, it is a bit right to left, so good chance to get this one close.
3 pretty solid shots into the 10th for our featured group. 3 decent looks at birdie to come.
Birdie attempt for Ogiso. Last year, Ogiso on the Japanese tour played 25 events, made all 25 cuts without a victory. This year, 1 victory, but 6 missed cuts this year.
It's birdie there at 11. And I suppose I'd pose the question to you, Anthony. Would you rather have a season where you don't miss a cut, or would you rather have a season with a bunch of missed cuts and a win?
It's a tough one to answer, because with the win, you get that extra year of exemption. But if you're not missing cuts, your bank account is so happy.
I suppose it also depends on where that victory comes. Shot into the 18th for Moyo Ikemura, who'll have that for a 66 to halve. Advantage of Jae-Wong at the top of the leaderboard.
A bit of a right to left movement on this uphill putt for Ishikawa. Currently 9th on the all-time Japanese Tour career earnings list, just over 10 billion yen won.
On vacation. Make 10 billion yen, I suppose it does feel like that sometimes, but it hasn't always been smooth sailing for Ishikawa. But you never know it. So he's really, genuinely, I mean, he's one of the most pleasant people you can ever hope to meet. And you would think, with years of being under media scrutiny, public spotlight, and as much as he's achieved, he'd be entitled to turn down autograph signings, but really he's awfully careful and considerate, which is why he's built up such a huge fan base through his career.
It doesn't walk around like the superstar that he actually is. He is a big-time celebrity in Japan, but he is the most polite, most respectful, humble person when you speak to him.
Great effort there for Yubin Chang. Remains above ground. The same could be said for someone like a Yubin Chang. I mean, English obviously not his first language. Very polite, very courteous, a well-raised, very well-mannered young man is Ikemura. There's a chance to go out in 30 strokes. This for birdie to get to 6 under. Of course, the TV cameras make a bunch of birdies, suddenly get on TV, and suddenly they dry up. But still, very solid outward half for Ikemura. 3 top 10s on the Japanese tour this year. Best finishes 6th at the gateway to the Open, Mizuno Open. Okayama.
On the deck. I had a feeling that he was going to hold that putt just by watching the two players that have gone from a similar line, and also the way the hole was playing out of position, and then having the shortest birdie putt. The nuances this game of golf.
It'll drive you mental, I'll tell you that. Always go back to that great Max Homa quote from, I believe it was last year. Golfers are an oddly psychotic bunch. You're one swing away from giving up and one swing away from thinking you're going to win the Masters. Demanding par 3, this 12th. Front hole location, almost better off missing the green short somewhere there. God, John, much easier than having that ball pitch on the green and just release on. Now Ishikawa for par. Safely in. The money list on the Korean tour this year, just over 660 million Korean won banked through the first 7 months of the year for Yu Bin Jang. He too will stay at 2 under.
This hole 11, it does have its trouble for these players with the tee shot. The penalty area on the left, the border of it is not visible for these players, so they do favor the right half of this fairway, even this fairway bunker on the right. But it's at a distance where it's going to be easily carryable for the above average hitters. But it's a wide landing area left of it. It's just getting a decent idea of where the penalty area line is, and Pachara from the smack center of the fairway.
Just 102 yards left for Kongwat Mai. We know he can make birdies in bunches. He's starting to find his range there. Lovely shot.
When the greens are of this softness, where you don't have to really worry about the backspin, the players are just dialed in on their number, and they know that the ball is just going to stick once it lands on the green. Usually when you see the conditions like this is when you see a bunch of birdies made. Super low scoring at the end of the week.
Last 3 players to come through this 11th hole, Giso John and SH Kim, all walking off with birdie 3s, up to 17, and Han Mil Jung left par for his round.
Judging by the tree leaves, looks like the wind has died down for the players. It was left to right for the players in the first half of the wave.
Now, 62 Koreans make up the 138 player field this week. 12 different nationalities represented at the Shinhan Donghae Open Championship. Past champions in the field as well. Conditions certainly look a little bit calmer, as Anthony described. can try and pick up a couple of shots, particularly with this easy hole location, this easier hole location on the 11th green.
There was a study done with the height of the tee with the driver, tall tee versus a short tee, saying that the tall tee, definitely it does carry farther, but with a tall tee, once you do hit a big miss, it's a huge miss. Whereas the lower tee, the variance in the left to right from the center of the fairway, not that far. So whether you use a high tee or short tee, it's just about the same, but more dangerous with the high tee. You can be offline as much as 50, 60 yards.
I like to live dangerously, Anthony. I'll keep teeing my ball up. Thank you very much. Now it looks like Ishikawa's teeing this one down a little bit, so prioritizing control over power.
Looks like he was a bit late with the delivery of the club. Tried to use his right forearm to cover. Just worried about that right fairway bunker. Doesn't have to worry anymore.
Couldn't miss a fairway if he tried today, Ryu Ishikawa. It's been a very impressive display off the tee. The soon-to-be 33-year-old up on the green, Sik Lee. Tiny little practice swing that he's taking there gives you an idea of the severity of the slope that he's contending with. Curious putt. It almost looked like it moved right at the midpoint.
Yeah, so I have to say that was a bit of a misread to have missed the hole by that margin from that distance.
Saw the great tee shot from Han Mil-jung into 17. Can he convert for a 2? Yes, he can. Nothing like getting up and down from the tee box. That's a birdie there for Han Mil. Bachara. Back-to-back birdies to begin the back nine.
He just got himself back to under par, or I mean, first time under par. Now heads over to the 12th hole. He's got to do his best to walk away with a par to keep the momentum going.
Top of that 1.4 billion Korean won prize purse that we're playing for this week. A couple of extra little bonuses up for grabs, which we'll get to in a minute before we have a look at the Asian Tour Order of Merit. John Catlin, courtesy of that fantastic start to the year, he still tops the points list. David Puig, Ben Campbell nipping at his heels. Peter Uihlein up to 5th after his victory at Fox Hills at International Series England. Min-Kyu Kim, the highest ranked player on the Asian Tour Order of Merit in the field this week at the Shinhan Donghae Open. And Steve Luton up into 8th after his dramatic playoff victory at the Indonesia Open last week, his second title on the Asian Tour, 10 years removed from his breakthrough victory at the Mercury's Taiwan Masters. Still, that Order of Merit, so much can change as we head into what should be a very busy back end of the season, Anthony. Hope you've got your passport renewed.
Yeah, we all do have to do it every 10 years or so, especially for American citizens. I don't know what it's like for other countries, but you know, we're going to be hitting a lot of different destinations. Some of them are familiar, some of them new destinations, but you know, we've been blessed of going to golf courses that are in great condition, great design, really challenging, and the field getting a lot stronger on the Asian Tour. So exciting events up ahead, definitely for the Asian Tour.
Busy time over to the SGM Macau Open a couple of weeks' time, then a double header in the Kingdom of Smiles. Black Mountain Championship and International Series Thailand back at the Thai Country Club for the first time in a couple of years. And up that stretch with a visit over to the Indonesia Masters in a new spot on the schedule. Moved up from its traditional spot in sort of late November, up in October this time. things really start to get busy. Couple of events in Chinese Taipei and then back to Hong Kong. Hong Kong Golf Club at International Series Qatar and the Saudi International at Riyadh Golf Club. $5 million prize purse in the final International Series event of 2024. Slide this one in from left to right. Kuntek go, catch the slope, down you come. Yeah, very cleverly worked out there from Kuntek. With a driver in hand, he does tend to get a little bit loose at the top. He does get past parallel, but through the rest of the bag.
Keeps his posture brilliantly, though, from the transition all the way through impact. Now Ishikawa with his second. More of a direct line from where he was, not really using the contours around the hole.
A swing that's never changed much through the years, and well, why would you?
Well, his wrist positions after impact, it doesn't flip over, it doesn't roll over one bit, just keeps that club face square, pushes it through. Beautiful.
Just a soft little gap wedge for Yubin Zhang. Gave it the club twirl. Look at this one, feet down. That pretty much a guaranteed birdie 3 for Yubin. That talks about the additional little bonuses on offer this week. Not only do we have 3 hole-in-one prizes on the 8th, 12th and 17th holes, there's a daily best prize for the low score recorded each round. That's 2 million Korean won per day, provided by the Shinhan Financial Group. There's a prize for the course record, or besting the course record, here at Club 72. That was a 63 shot by Soo-min Lee and Chung Hyun Wang. There's also a prize for an albatross, 3 million Korean won at stake there. Of course, we did see an albatross at International Series Morocco. Yako Ahlers holding out on the 12th hole at Royal Golf Dar es Salaam. So a quartet of chasers at 5 under par. Tomoyo Ikemura going out in 31, 9 holes to play. Can he make inroads into that lead of Jae Woong Couple of New Zealand Open champions at 3 under par, Brad Kennedy and Takahiro Hataji. Hataji still with 9 to go, so too Hiroshi Iwata. Tabuena Buribunsub, Song and Bay all done and dusted for day 1 with matching 68. The 2022 Shinhan Donghae Open champion leading the charge at 2 under par in a group that includes Wei Lun Chang, Taehyun Oak, Theo Kim and Chiapo Lee. T. Lee unfortunately dropped a shot at the par 3 12th after birdie at 10, so he's back down at 2 under. Yubin Chang surely going to be breaking out of that group in a share of 17th at the moment. Just a kick in left for his birdie at the 11th. Travis Smythe, tall Australian from Shell Harbour, was 1 over through 3, but has picked up a couple birdies to be the right side of par now. Got Charang Kun as well, a couple of birdies for him, playing in the company of Sean Norris and the Korean Hulk Chan Min Jung. Well, 1 under and even par for their rounds respectively. Scotland's David Drysdale just making the turn. 1 under, 6 to play. Young Cho will be frustrated with a bogey in his final hole of the day, but he'll scribble his name next to a 71. Couple of ties there at 1 under par. Kongwatmai Pratitianchai and two-time Asian Tour winner Sarit Suwanarut was just coming off a top 10 finish last week at the Indonesia Open. It's the 11th event of the 2024 season out here on the Asian Tour and the 40th staging, the Shinhan Donghae Open. There is a very fancy reclining lounge chair. There's a hole-in-one prize here at the 12th. Ricky Kawamoto up to 3 under par now. Oh, how about it, Ricky? It had a look. He'll gladly take that tee shot. 12, such a demanding par 3. Second hardest hole on the golf course today as Yubin Chang just taps that one in for birdie to move him to 3 under par for the championship. Well done. Up to a share of 13th at this stage of the tournament. How can Guntek go match him? This 2 for birdie. Put a good stroke on it. Just not to be. Of course, there is expectation and a little bit of extra pressure coming into the championship as the defending champ, but he's managing himself well in this opening round.
Especially playing without making a bogey so far. Anytime you're doing that, you're showing great control of your golf ball. Ishikawa, just an agonizing miss there.
Oh, Big Sokyun. Won for the first time last season, the SK Telecom Championship. It's been a bit of a difficult year so far for Big Big. This is 3rd into 18. Surely that tee shot deserves a 2 for Ricky Kawamoto. Oh dear, it looked like that bobbled straight off the putter face. I'm not sure that was a grain of sand on the putter face or maybe a little imperfection in the green, but regardless, that is a bizarre little miss for Kawamoto at 12. Well, you take 3 standing on the tee. You would take 3 with where his tee shot ended up.
Players get a good look at the target. It is an elevated tee for these players, 220 yards. So once again, another par 3 playing over 200 yards. A bit of wind from the left here, but the shape of the green is not a wide green for hitting that sort of a club, and this front left section, it is not that wide at all, perhaps about 12 yards wide in that area. So trying to fit a golf ball in that front left corner, that is a tough shot to hit. Took a big cut at that. Might have been in between clubs. Took the shorter club. That's a better miss there to the right of the pin as opposed to the left of the pin.
Go up to the par 5 13th with the 3rd shot of Ogiso. Pins all the way back right today. That's nicely controlled.
Now with this pin on the front, there is a choice of playing slightly longer than this pin. The green does widen up, so it gives you a bigger target.
That's perfectly all right for Guntik. Pretty makeable chip. He's left himself actually. No one's hit the screen yet, Rio.
Yeah, this golf course, judging by last year, it is one of the higher golf tournaments where the field average for greens hit in regulation is above average, except for these par threes, hole number 8 and the 12th tier, all below 50% for the players.
Well, he'll find the right edge of the green, Ishikawa. Back to Big Bake on 18, looking for birdie. Awful year for Big Soo-kyun, his finisher, tied for 23rd at the LG Signature Players Championship at the beginning of the season. Took the aerial route of the par 5, Karam John, but he's got a birdie look.
This is the 13th hole for the players that have gone through in the morning in the higher winds and the rain. Really took a toll on the players, hole averaging just over par, this par 5. But it should be playing easier for this afternoon wave. Should be able to see a lot more birdies on this par 5 as opposed to this morning. Chang might be calling for a rules official here on the 12th. I don't think it's a sprinkler head, maybe a little imperfection. It could be that, or maybe ground under repair that may have been marked, and it's not that, it's just the area where might have some questionable texture. It could be one of those where it's really too soft, so it could be casual water or condition not conducive to playing a shot. While that's going on, Guntek Ko coming up a bit short on his birdie attempt.
It must be said that Club 72, all 4 courses here in fact, receive a lot of play throughout the course of the year. Very busy golf club. In fact, while the Shinhan Donghae Open is going on, the There are still members milling about the golf course. It's a very busy clubhouse here. It's a big clubhouse, but tee sheets fully booked on the other two courses that share this clubhouse, the Hanul and the Lake. Squidgy ground, perhaps. See the rules official testing out there, and it appears that relief has been given. Of course, there is night golf as well offered here at Club 72, so I do recall as we were going off air and heading back to the clubhouse on the weekend last year, there were members showing up at about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening for just to start their night rounds of golf.
Yeah, especially the summertime here in Korea, for about 6 weeks to 2 months, the humidity goes up quite a bit, and it's miserable to be out during the daytime.
It does get oppressively hot during Korean summers. John finds a 5th birdie of his day to get to 3 under. It's pretty warm in Bangkok as well. Pachadokongwat Mai knows that all too well. Second shot just going to be a layup here on the par 5 13th, and not a very good one. The angle you want to be coming in from. Seung-Taek Lee, is he having a crack at this one in two?
Looks like it. Fairway metal in hand. Water down the right side of this green. The bailout area is left of the green.
So, free drop taken for Yubin Jang. Now ready to play his second. For all the power he possesses off the tee, he really has a lovely pair of hands around the greens. You talk about the oppressive heat of Korean summer. I remember I got a text from this man on screen right now, Richard Lee, just before we headed off to International Series England, that he had come down to Singapore for a week to practice because he found Singapore cooler than Korea. It's not often you see that.
Yeah, especially being just above the equator. Any place on Earth that's just above or south of the equator, extremely humid. He's found solace and comfort in coming to Singapore.
Yeah, we're just 1 degree north of the equator. Lion City, Ishikawa woefully off with his pace there at 12. Player to find the green in regulation, and he's going to have the longest putt for par. It's not one that gets flustered easily. Ryo Ishikawa keeps a very level head. He's playing well, whether he's playing poorly. Hardly ever see a change in the body language or a slump of the shoulders, although that's not going to bring him too much joy. Unforced error really from there. 3-putt bogey for Ishikawa, tumbles him back to 1 under. Wouldn't want to play poker with him, would you? Just doesn't give anything away.
No, he doesn't, and he's got a huge bankroll. Tough opponent. Not to save par for Ko. This does move to his right.
That's going to be a drop shot for good to go as well. 12. Playing a couple of victims here. There's a reason it's playing as the second hardest hole of the golf course this afternoon. There's 4 birdies recorded all day long. always found it a little bit unnerving. You see your two playing partners miss short-ish putts for par, and you've got one for yourself.
It all depends on which spot you're putting from, whether you have a lot of break to deal with or not. And this doesn't look like it has much break. It's a slightly downhill putt. So high percentage make here.
Okay, safely in for Zhang. It's been an impressive start to the championship for one of the pre-tournament favourites, Yubin Zhang. Big tee shot at the par 5 fifth after 4 straight pars to start his day. He had a short iron in hand, but it wasn't the easiest of eagle putts he left himself.
Yeah, the amount of break that he has to play, so just trying to match the speed to ease the difficulty.
Zhang would get himself to 3 under par with his 4th birdie of his opening round.